Morning, people. Good morning to you.
Morning. Hey, Big O, looks like the two big sectors to keep your eyes on is SMH and TAN.
Yeah. SMHTA. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we're getting a bottom on some of this stuff. QQ2's found a bottom. SPY may have found a bottom. SPY found a bottom formation on a 4-hour chart. So we can see some 2 down, 2 ups this morning as stuff goes back through range, which would be nice on these big tickers. That's cute. I'm gonna pull up Rob's gap list. I would definitely go over Rob's gap list on it. So AMD's moving. So let me go ahead and pull up AMD's. I guess that's a little bit of movement. SMH, you said?
Yeah, SMH is the semis. Those are the ones that are going to rip today.
Oh,
That's
NVIDIA.
that's got like NVIDIA, AMD, and then TAN is the solar panel sector.
Oh,
Those
okay.
two on my sector list are ripping.
Nice. Thank you for that. Nice. We'll let them open up. Remember, 9:30 to 10, I'm scalping. I'm taking my money. I'm taking my money quick. Okay. So if you're brand new to trading, I'd probably wait till 9:45, 10 o'clock. If you're gonna trade, if you're gonna scalp in the morning, just take your money quick and take it off. Then you can always get right back in it. That's what I do. Yeah. Well, you don't have to hold up.
Hey, I think we might be looking at a pivot machine gun on DoorDash.
Dash. All right. I didn't keep
On
that
daily.
up. Does anybody know what? I know I can pull it up, but right off the bat, does anybody know what Rob's list looks like?
Yeah, I'll read it to you. I'll read it to you. I'll read it to you if you want. You want to know what it is? You want me to read it to you?
Yeah, please.
Okay, VRM,
All right.
HRTX,
Okay.
BABA,
Okay.
FTEK,
Yes, sir.
POSH, POSH,
Okay.
Yeti,
Okay.
HAE, WISH,
Okay.
LMND, and SI.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at it quick. We'll find the biggest gappers. We'll take a look at the top. All right, this thing gapped up. Come back down. What we're gonna do is mark the pre-high. Look at higher time frame. It's in a downtrend. It just might be a dead cat bounce on this thing. We'll mark the lows too in case it wants to continue lower and fill that gap. So that's hard to do on the gap list here. Lemonade's was good at one time. I got 2 minutes to open here. Lemonade, few targets $44 on this thing. I had a shooter yesterday. It's up this morning, but I'm still gonna mark the low. I'm gonna mark the low toward the low. We'll mark the top too, just in case it wants to start ripping, because it's got a long ways to go back up. So I'll mark the market high too. More than likely, a lot of stuff's gonna target or trigger right at the open. PayPal was, I saw that somewhere. Let's take a look right quick at that. PayPal. It could go either way today. I can tell you this, every time frame is its own pullback. we could see a pullback on the weekly and the monthly before continuing lower. We don't know, or it could just reverse and go back up. Remember, to be a reversal, we don't try to guess the bottom. Of course, we'll play what we see, but we want to see a couple bars up in that pullback first. So we'll mark the highs there. It's 9:30. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this right here, and then we're gonna start. I'm gonna look at all my charts to see where everything starts moving. Let's go here and ring. Of course, Tesla's up, Nvidia's up, everything gapped up. Edge is up. Baidu, Tesla's coming up here. It's early. I want to see that first 5-minute candle. Lowe's is coming back up. All right, everything's strong right now, but it can pull right back down against us. All right, 10% scan. Tesla's still pushing here. Tesla breaks through 607, it might be long for a scalp. Lowe's is coming back up. It might come back through range. Everything's short. Novavax is coming up. It's so early right now, though. You ain't gonna take nothing. Nvidia's coming up. It's on 10% scan. So come back down. Let him open up a little bit. I'm not gonna do anything until the first 5-minute candle. I might, but we'll see. Apple's opened up. It's gonna bring SPY with it. Apple's got ring 126. Everything's starting to doji. Etsy coming back down. Etsy might fill this gap here. What is that? 160, 162. I mean, it's red on the month. It's red on the week. I mean, it's in a tight range right now on the weekly. PayPal coming back down. All right, so everything's pulling right back down here. Let the first candle open. First 5 minutes, then we'll look for continuations. Everything doji. So if you went long, you got stopped out. If you went short, you got stopped out. Apple's only thing still showing some strength. Lowe's is pushing up here. Let's check our big scan out. Nvidia, Roku, W, apps. All right, let's pull up. Let's close this back. This back. Semiconductors. ASML. Yeah, we want to mark this thing for continuation. for gap fill. I'm marking both sides of that candle there. I don't mean we're going to hit it, but if it alerts us, we're going to take a look at it. Low's still pushing up. Gonna take SPY with it. NVIDIA, same thing. All right, it's the first 5-minute candle. Now we can get somewhere. Now we can get somewhere, guys. Apple's gonna be long here in a second. I'm gonna break up 125 here. Target being 126.27. Apple's long. Low's probably gonna be long too. Low's is long. Apple's long. Scalp them. Don't hold them. Don't be holding them. SI is trying. SI is trying here. Match off the bottom of these Browning formations. 2 down, 2 up. So SI is trying to be long here. Apple's long. Lowe's is long. Apple's long, Lowe's long. Pick your one. Don't you freeze that. Everything else is still kind of inside chopping. We break $200 on Lowe's, it'll keep going. Big inside candle. There's a 212. It bounced off this lower pivot right back up. Target on this thing today if it wants is 203. Needs to break that 200 first. It does, should be gone. Lowe's is long, breaks that 200, should be gone. SPY's long. About 15% on SPY or Lowe's and Apple. Yeah. Give me 200 Lowe's. Let's go. Yeah, Lowe's got room at 215 today.
The VRM that he had on his watch list almost completely filled that gap.
VRM. Yeah, he made some killer watch lists. Oh, it sure did instantly. There goes Lowe's. There goes Lowe's. Come on, break 200. You know you want it.
Jerry, how do you know what the target is on Lowe?
See the pivot high over here? That's magnitude. The first target on this thing is the top of this red candle at 203. All right, broke 200. We'll see another push here. I don't know. All right, I took my profits on Lowe's. I caught a gamma spike, an extra $6 a contract. I will re-enter on it. If I can get the pullback, I'll get back in it. But I'm going to take profits on the way up. I'm scalping. Don't be greedy. break at 200, it'll still go. The first pullback here, I'll get back in it and I'll scalp it once more. So let's focus on this thing for a second. Baidu's gap fill, Nvidia's gap fill, Etsy's gap fill, Lowe's is still to the moon. All right. For the next candle, come back in. Remember, don't ever be greedy. All right. So if it takes back off, I'll re-enter the lows here. Getting a little extended. Back in lows. Remember, target on this thing now is 203. 203. Scalped it again. That's what I'm talking about, boy. Next pullback, I'll hop back in again. I'm not in between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. I'm in and out. I'm just in and out. I'm not playing with it. If it was after 10 o'clock and this thing was pushing, I'd stay all the way in. Target still 203. It's the strongest one I'm looking at right now. Next 5-minute candle, get a pullback, step back in. There's no reason for anybody to get out. That's just the way I do it in the mornings. I want a nice cushion to start the day with. FedEx just alerted. All right, we're going to go inside up 5-minute FedEx. Strong. Got a shooter on the month. 2 down, 2 up, tweezer top. It is bouncing off this pivot. Oh yeah, I called this the other day. If anybody remembers, I called this shit the other day. I said it's gonna come down, touch. I'm gonna put my alert to base for the retest, and we're gonna catch it on the way back up. If anybody would remember that, this is the same exact place. So we catch the bottom and we catch the retest because the retest is twice the first. All right, now comes the real fun. Now comes the real fun. Break the 301.28. FedEx is long. Low still going. UPST. Alert on that. So right now, there's no sense in me looking at scans. There's no sense in me looking at any scans if what's moving in front of me here. All right. Never be greedy on these things, especially first thing in the morning. We got to pull back here. Needs to break 201. It needs to break that 201 level now. If it breaks 201, I'll re-enter. Novak's going all the way back in. Nvidia's coming all the way back in. Lowe's probably went strongest one, so I'm going to guess HD's running with it. Nvidia's trying to come back in. Here's the thing. These gap ups, here's what happens. About 90% of the time, they'll fill about halfway and shoot right back up. Nvidia and stuff like that, we're expecting it to catch and come right back up the top. So watch what happens. It'll start drying up. You see it start waking out here. It will catch a base, probably around 554 before going higher. You want to catch it as it comes back up, target being 562. All right, so we're going to put an alert right on the top of this thing. So when it starts to roll over, we get in. Low still going. So if you stayed in lows, if you got lows and you took Apple, that's automatic winners. Lows over 201 is good to 203. So that's how we do it. Like literally, I could be done by 10 o'clock every day. 10 o'clock. You don't have to be all over the place looking. All right, lows in again. In again. I'll pull 30% out of it and I'll take my money. It's just that simple. I'll join the ask. All right. Join the ask and catch the top side of the spread. All right, you're getting premium. And look, even with it, first thing in the morning, like right here, when it moves up, if it moves up 20 cents, it'll spike. So if you look at your bid-ask spread, you'll see these numbers. They'll jump 10, 20, 30. You'll see orders at $10, $20, $40 extra. All right. So I'm setting a price I want to fill at, and it spikes, and then it's gone. All right. So I'm out. I'm out right there. I'm not in them long. Not in them long. All right. 1 minute, we get that first 15 count. We can catch bigger moves. We'll start catching bigger moves. It's that simple. All right. Now, Lowe's is getting a little extended here. It needs a decent pullback on a 5-minute chart. Okay. It's up at resistance right now. It's probably going to pull back slightly here if we're going higher. SI just came up. All right. So look here. SI. It's starting to wick. What does that mean? There's sellers stepping in. Guess what? This thing might roll over. All right. Right now it's inside. I'm going to mark the top for continuation because it can continue. All right. Or look for reversal down. Right now it's kind of choppy. Low's trying to come back up again. Yeah. I gave target on that time. It's top of this candle right here, 203. Lows. Apple's inside trying to come back up. All right, look here in the video. Watch it. 50% fill before coming back up. All right. Needs to cross that 558 level there. If not, it could be a pullback to the downside. We never try to guess. We never try to guess where it's at, especially the bottom. We never guess the bottom. I know I'm talking a lot here, but there's a lot of information there. I look at y'all's messages. I'm not looking at your messages right now. I will get to them now. Tesla coming back down quickly. That's why you get ate up in the first 15, 30 minutes of the day if you don't know what you're doing. It spiked up this morning. Guess what? Coming right back down. If it breaks this level here, it'll go to 585. All right. So this was just a pullback on a 60 right to the downside. Look, I want to tell you on this thing here, target magnitude is 540. All right. 540. I'm getting alerts everywhere. The video is going to come back down. So it's just a pullback to the downside. Low's still moving. So my world don't have to be very much. Lows is long again. Lows is long again. Target's this red candle right here. 203. Magnitude 215 a day. Measure move 15er. That is a measured move. Keep on the video. It's shooting down here. If it breaks, it'll be short. All right. It's a shooter. It's a Momo shooter down. The target's only $1 away though. If it breaks this support here, it goes 549. Remember, I don't like playing gap fills to the downside. I'd rather gap fill to the upside. AC's coming to a base here. If it breaks that, it'll be short. All right, here's the base. You see it? If it breaks that, it's tested that 4 times. It's in a range. This is compound inside bar right here on the higher time frame. It's stuck. Can you trade it? Hell yeah, you can trade it. Why? It's it's $20 wide almost. Body coming down. Lows pulling back. I'm telling you, lows just need a pullback. So you better take your money off if you take it. Okay. What we want to do is see this find a base. All right. I'm not going to take Etsy now. It's got to break below that 158 level because it can wick down a little bit. Let me show you. It can wick down a hair, catch, and then go right back up. Target being 170. Baidu come back down. Apple's inside red. Just need to keep on that for gap fill. Let me check out my other scans in, or my other tickers. So I got a universe about 20, 30 tickers I like to trade. Roku's going to be coming for gap fill, so we're going to check that out right quick. I usually keep my eye on. They're consistent and they're big movers. All right, Roku's going to be short. Well, hang on. I don't want to call it yet. Roku's short. No. Hang on. NVIDIA's going to be trying to gap fill. Roku's going to try to gap fill, but the gap fill only stops at 312. Roku's short for gap fill. It fills that gap at 312. All right. It actually fills at 312. Like I said, I'm not big on shorting gaps to the downside. All right. Roku is short. Target's $2 away. Yes, sir.
Sure. LMT 15-minute measure move.
All right, nice. LMT. Lows is still on here, but it's due a pullback. Oh yeah, breaking through. If it breaks through that right there, it's a 2-2 reversal. We can see it. Push up, pull back, push up. Clear reversal signal. For short, target being 386. All right, pull back. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to see these things go inside. The best ones go 2, 1, 2. NVIDIA down, gap fill. The best ones will have that rest. All right, look here. This is down right here, right? But the target was only $1 away. The reason being, there's support here. All right, now let's watch it. If it breaks through, it'll come on down. But trust me, this is why I don't like the gap downs. We'll play them for a little bit, but when they get close to support, I'm gonna stop it. All right, there's support right there. Now watch it. Now it was a short signal. It was good for $1, and that might have been okay. All right, for some people, $1, not too bad. I want $5 or $10. All right, breaks down here, target 549. I'd be interested in taking it lower at that point. Look, Roku, same thing. It's trying to bounce. All right. Now look, when it crossed here, it went inside and down. All right. The entry was when it broke this right here, but the target was here, just $4 away. Now, if it breaks that, it's got room to 552, 549. I'd rather it catch their side. All right, FedEx is the one I'm watching. FedEx is long right now. FedEx is long right now. It did exactly what I said it was going to do. Did exactly what I said it was going to do. It did exactly what I said it was going to do. Magnitude on this thing is 306. If anybody in the room remembers, I said I'm going to put an alert on this thing for when it bounced off that bottom. I want to know about it. Guess what? It told me this morning it bounced. All right, and this thing is a swing to 317. All right, it is a swing, and it's a hell of a swing. FedEx already up 12%. Ready? Give me my money. My damn money, FedEx. NVIDIA. All right, and you keep on the video. All right, see, I said it's gonna hold a base here. It can do one or two things here. It can push up and reverse, or it can pull back and go lower. SI alerted. All right, SI finally broke. SI is long here, target 101. SI is long, target 101. It's before 10 o'clock, so you better be taking your damn money. Better take your money. The real magic happens at 10. The real magic happens at 10. Today we got to start worrying about data burn, especially around lunchtime. If you're not comfortable with that, you need to buy next week expiration. FedEx, there is some support right here at this level. You see it, or resistance at 303. It needs to break 303.62. For that next push up. There she go. All right. How you do? Just look, small wins add up. If I'm pulling 30% here and 30% there, and look, I'm starting with just a few contracts. Most of the time I'm starting with one. If I'm liking something, it's bouncing off a really important level, I'm going to get a little bit more. Okay. I usually start with one. All right. Just to be clear on it. FedEx is long, I'm going to add right here. All right. It's breaking through this resistance at 303.49. I don't know if the other see this. FedEx long, add to it now. 10 o'clock's coming up. 10 o'clock, they can turn a switch and it's gone. NVIDIA, guess what? Did it bounce off for support? Hell yeah. Pivot machine gun. Target's going to be 563. So get ready for the video. I wish it was 10 o'clock. I wish it was 10 o'clock.
Vic's puking.
Nice. That'll bring spy with it. Spy's still long here if you got any spy. Wait on that video signal. The video's long. Coming back up. Target 563. 563.
Jerry, another way you can play all those SMH like NVIDIA is SOXL. That's ripping. It's a triple index.
So semiconductors are hot. That's the time to get in, right? That triple. Yeah. Got stopped out of video. ADI's coming up, though, I'll tell you that. Intel. See, Intel found a base and came right back up. AMD found a base is trying to come back up.
Lowe's at 202.
What's that?
Lowe's at 202.
Yep, sure is. Yep. Lowe's is still good. Target's 203. Yeah, so right now Lowe's is gonna be long when it breaks this actually consolidate on 5 minute. Lowe's is long again. So Lowe's is long again.
Jerry on the 15, Sono, SONO, 3-1, ready to break.
So, thank you, sir. $10 o'clock is when we start holding longs. Apple's trying to come inside and up. Oh yeah, caught a base. See, they feel about 50% and go right back up. Showing a big hammer 30. Be fine. Let me keep an eye on Apple. Spy's long still, guys. It's still good. Push up, come back. Apple's long, but the target is 125. It breaks at 125, it'll come on up to 126.27.
BA's ripping.
BA,
Yes. That was a pivot machine gun.
a bunch of alerts at the same time. FedEx to the fucking moon. We don't play with little shit, boys, girls. We got in FedEx with me. $7. Of course, we didn't catch all that. But look here, push up, comes back. Now it's support. Target's 317. This is a swing. This is a swing. I'm gonna wait till 10. I'm gonna get back in it. I'm already out of it. You can't worry about listening to Dave. As long as you're pulling money out of stuff. Needs a pullback. It hit her first target at 303.62. Spy's still good if you're in it. VIX coming down nice, solid red candles. Target on SPY 413. 413 pivot machine gun 60. All right. Remember, every time frame that's on pullback, it's a pullback on the month. All right. You know it's probably going to be a hammer. All right. Here's our first 30-minute candle. This is when the real stuff happens. All right. This is where we know what's going on. NVIDIA broke through pivots on the 15 and the 30. Target 415 on SPY. Apple's going to come back up. NVIDIA is still good. Started to worry there for a second, boys and girls. Target still 563 NVIDIA.
Roku's coming.
Oh, some Roku. Let me some Roku. Yep, nice. Chop, chop, chop. Broke out. Needs to come back up. Watch it come back down. Retest 319.22. We're taking off. Breaks over 321.40. It's gonna be long. Target's not very far away. Target's at the top of this inside compound. This compound one here. If it breaks that 322.81 level, dude, it's gonna be beast. And it's got a major move right now on a 30. Tesla coming right back up to the top. Down there. Crazy boy, crazy. All right. So Tesla's long here, target 602.77. Okay. Okay. Roku's trying. Now look, if it see how it's breaking through this pivot here, if it fails, it'll come right back down to 305. So I'm gonna mark the base. 319.52. If it comes back down here, it can go back through. Right now, we don't know. I like to see a continuation through pivot high.
Tesla's coming.
Yeah.
Microsoft, Jerry.
Tesla target is just pivot high. 604 and 607. MSFT. That's a good one. Oh shit, Microsoft's long, yeah. Target's really not that far away. 244.64. Break through that, takes it to 246. Yeah, we're getting a lot of 2-2 bounces. This could be the bottom of the broad information on this stuff. We don't know if it's the bottom yet, so but we are going to play the pullback. If this is a pullback to the downside, we're going to take it. If not, we'll continue up all day. So. All righty. SPY's still long here. Crazy. SPY's still long. All right, it broke through. Target 415. First target 413. SPY's to the moon. SPY is to the moon.
FedEx worked great.
Yeah, FedEx is a badass. I marked that the other day. I don't know how many of y'all remember that shit. I said, I'm going to mark it. I have to explain how I did it. As it comes back down, I marked it for the low. So when it caught, I was going to mark the top. But it just, I mean, by the time it told me it hit the bottom, it came right back up. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. God is good. Target 317. It's one hell of a swing. I wouldn't worry about swinging now. I just play the shit out of it today. Look at the wicks on the 5-minute. It tells you it's ready for a pullback. Look at 306. You can see a pullback. You're still in it. You probably want to think about taking profits before you get to that point. Now, measure move 30. That's a big measure move. There's PayPal coming up. Let's see what she's doing. All right, PayPal's long. Target 250. All All right, 2, 1, 1, coming back up. It's gonna be 2, 1, 2 reversal upside. PayPal long. Next 5-minute candle. All right, that's a pullback. Spies do a pullback, but it just ain't happening. I'm looking at taking another entry in lows. All right. I'm still holding 1 on this break here. I'm looking for it to continue. Novaks. Holy shit, we're missing Novaks. Novaks is trying to come up. Lowe's is wanting to break. Spy's still good. See how Lowe's is chopping here? It's a big push. If you look right here on the 30, it's a big push there. It needs a rest. Needs a rest for the next leg up. See what else is going on around the circle. Look at Piton. That thing's got a long ways back up. It's pushing. Look at that thing. Look at their target $98 on that thing. Coming up, 98 and 104. Kathy Woods was late to the party on that thing, wasn't she? Breaks 95, it'll be long. Well, it extended. We need a decent pullback on it. Spies do a big pullback. So you might want to think about covering. You might want to think about covering if you're in SPY. See, we don't play over here. All right, Piton's gonna be long over 95. Piton long. Piton long. This thing can keep going. I mean, somebody's buying shit out of it. Measure move 30. Let's see what that is. 91, $3. Target $97 on this on Piton. All right, so after 10, we're looking to stay a little bit longer. So let's mark it 96.50. All right, because I want to be out before it gets to target. All right. Lows come back down, so it's exactly what we want. I'll cut and come back on the way up. We need pullbacks on this stuff. That's all there is to it. Tesla's trying to come back up. All right, let's do this. Let's pull up the 10% scan here. We catch some big ones. Microsoft on it. Ooh, Microsoft going. Good call on that one. Yeah, target 246.50 on Microsoft. Yeah. See the strong uptrend on the monthly? They all need their own pullback. Facebook could be trying to try that out. Or it could come back down. It's kind of wicky. JP Morgan. A lot of these banks, they move up in the morning and all of a sudden they'll completely give it all back. Some kind of, it's a pattern I've noticed with them. Let's look at the higher time frames on this thing. Boy, it's a monster. Monster. Look here, same thing. Push down, now support, come right back up. Target's actually 163.73 on this thing. It's crazy. Going back at the moment. Pass that one up. Piton's pulling back slightly. At 11. I always start one contract that comes back against me, I will cut it. I'll cut it and then I'll wait till it TTLs and get back in it. Yeah, so not all my calls are good. But you start with one contract, and if it comes against you, just get out. It's that easy. All right, we're gonna let it chop across the market. A lot of stuff that's that was moving up is now pulling back. So.
Jerry, that VRM filled up the gap. It looks like it's turning around and reversing. That could cut right back up on a pivot machine gun.
Oh,
Those big-
nice.
Big red can.
Good find, man. Shit. You're in. God, it's over in a day. I don't mean it can't, though. It's awfully damn bearish, though. It could just be a 2-1-2 down. So I'm going to mark the base of it too, 35. It's a major move. Jesus. Major move. We'll keep an eye on it. If we get a one more pullback on the 5-minute and a leg up, it definitely could be a long target being 38.15. Let's see what it wants to do. SPY's holding. SPY's holding. So that's a $3 move on SPY. Big move for SPY. All right, SPY comes back up, breaks 410.90. I probably wait till 411. It'll be long again. Target 415.03. Apple's trying to come back up there. Apple's trying to come back up. Target on Apple's 126. Breaks at 126 to see 126.27.
Jerry, look at you. 3-3-1-2, ready to bust.
Oh, nice. Yeah, 2-2 continuation. Yeah. And that's a measured move. Target on that one's $93. Oh, look at there. It whipped right down on a weekly, come right back up. It's got a long ways to go back up, 174. First target's 92. Man, nice. I don't know why that thing's beeping. Lowe's trying to come back up here. I'm still watching Lowe's. SPY's long. SPY is long. SPY's long again. Lowe's is trying to come back up. SPY's long. Apple's gonna go with it. Essie's trying to reverse. JP Morgan's breaking out. It's crazy. All right, let's see what they're gonna do here. Let's see what they're gonna do. Let's mark it so I can look at other stuff. Right now, Lowe's is chopping sideways. It's got to break out one side of the other. It's just a compound one. All it is. You can see it right there on the third end. There's that one. It's a sideways move. It is that one there. You can't mess with it until it breaks. All righty. Now remember, all this green movement today could have just been a pullback to the downside too. We've got a major sell-off. So you always need to keep that in the back of your mind. We don't know if this is the bottom, but we'll play it. We'll play it. It could just be a pullback to the downside or whatever, but I'm fixing to get it. APPS. All right, it's an uptrend on the 5-minute, pulling back it for that continuation or for confirmation is a break 61.16. Target being 63.92. There's the next 15-minute candle. Every candle that opens gives us more information. Microsoft still good. All right, breaks that 60 there, keep going. Breaking that 60 break, it'll give us 246. LOW. Lows may be long here. Lows is long. Lows is long. We're gonna hold it a little bit longer this time. Apple's coming back up. It's gonna take SPY up. Tesla's trying to come back down. Novax has come back down. Wicked Momo shooters to the downside. Novax. Novax is short here. Target 128.62. Remember, on the monthly and the weekly, these things are dying. You know what? This could have just been a pullback to the downside. We don't know. We don't know. Actually trying to come back down. Momo shooter downside.
Hey, Jerry, did you take Lowe's long because of the 212 on the 15?
Yeah. Lowe's is long. It broke the consolidation right there on. I'm watching a consolidation break on the fiber, but it is just a 2-1. That consolidation was just the inside, but yeah, 212. This is the measured move here. So let me get a target on that. Overall, 198. So it's $3 away. So 204 is target on this, and magnitude really is 206 on it today. And if it wants to go 215, yeah. Tesla come back down. So Tesla short target 586. Tesla 586. Actually coming back down.
UPS, Jerry.
Oh, is it going with FedEx? Oh, yeah, breaking. Yeah, UPS is long. FedEx running together. Holy doodle. Yep, UPS is long. FedEx is coming. I guarantee you, FedEx, we're going to wait till it catches and we're going to take it right back up the top. So I'm going to mark FedEx too. UPS is running. They're simply the plays. They don't act exactly like yet. So. But to be careful on UPS, it's due a pullback too, but it's staying long right this second. It is a one hell of a measured move there. 211. 215. It's $4. Target on this thing's 219. 219 target. Look here, it brings you right up to there. Oh, still working. Tesla's working. Novax is short too. You gotta pick one. There's just so many. Look at that thing. UPS is great. I'm scared it needs a pullback though. UNH is pushing up. Piton's still working good. Not that much. It's up. Yeah, so after a big push like that, it needs a rest. All right. It needs a rest where it goes on up. 198. 202. That's roughly $4. So 206, it brings you right there to target. Crazy. I want to be out before it gets there though. I want to sell on the strength and get out. Tesla's short. I don't know if I told you that, but Tesla's short here, guys. You're just now getting in a little bit late to the party, but Tesla's short. Tesla's short. Target's actually 586. Showing up at the moment. It breaks 592.30. I'm going to add. I'll get 590. 592. I'm going to add to it. Target is 586. Nvidia's trying to come back down, but it's chopping sideways. Etsy's wanting to come back down as well. See, Etsy's stuck in this range here. You can trade it. It's just gotta be careful. Tesla gone. Tesla gone. Come on. Oh, still going. It's still puking. Let's see what else. First target on, or the main target on test is 204. UNH is to the moon. It's kind of spreading. Some people don't like that. It's long. All right, let's look at Microsoft again. SPY's still on. All right, Microsoft breaks through this pivot here at 245.05, target at 246.50. Facebook, chopping inside. Tesla's going to add to it. Tesla's going to add to it. It's long. When I add, you can enter. You can enter if you want. Tesla's short. Target 586.
Hey, Jerry, what do you think about PayPal?
PayPal, let's take a look at it. Sorry, I'm not looking at everybody's question this morning. Trying to hold support after working in a downtrend inside the inside. Well, if you try to go short, I'd wait till it broke 242.32. And if you want to go long, I'd wait till it broke 245.53. Right now, it's just chopping inside. Right now, there's no signals.
Okay.
It's just a doji on the 60. You're welcome. Right now, it's choppy. The main thing, it needs to hold support right here. If it holds support, we'll see it on a push up.
Okay.
Mark it. Keep an eye on it there. Right now, we're getting a lot of shots. There's no clear direction. There's some stocks stronger than others. The rest are just crap. Right? And if we see this for the next hour or so, then you want to start going in a lot smaller positions because this is basically indication of what's going to do today. First 30 minutes was good. Now it looks like crap. We'll still find some stuff though. Apple's chopping sideways here. You can see it right here on the 30. The inside is all this garbage right here. All right. So you want it to break one side or the other. The break's at 125.90 level. Be long. Target's only 30 cents away, guys. It's only problem. There's a small gap fill. It's 67. So the target could be 67. Somebody's mic's open. And I think it's E-Machines.
What's your SLB position?
SLB.
3250 call.
Sorry, y'all. All right. All right. Market's kind of choppy. We're just going to sit here and we'll wait for something to pop. Otherwise, don't do anything. We will find some stuff. All right. SPY's kind of dried up here. SPY's dried up here. Right now, we're getting a lot of sideways movement here. I'm probably going to pull profits out of Tesla. Okay, so I'm going to set my stops really tight and ask if it bounces back down. I'm probably going to pull it. I'm probably going to pull it. If it breaks 590 here. So if we get a push, I'm going to take my money. All right, so we'll see if my orders fills or if I get stopped. I don't want to hold because if the market's chopping across the board, then that's a good indication this thing's going to chop. I'm going to do that by joining the answer. I'm going to set a limit on the price I want to get filled. All right, I'm talking about my stops really tight because I don't want to give any back. So 591.90, I'll cut it. The good thing about Tesla is that the spread is pretty tight.
Yeah, I'm pretty new to this, Jerry. I just gave all my profits back on FedEx because I set the wrong kind of stop.
Oh, goodness. It happens. You know, that's it happens. When I first started trading, I did the same thing. But the good thing to take away from it is you only make that mistake once. You know, no better way to learn than to make a mistake. It costs you some money. It
Yeah,
sucks,
set up
but
a limit.
yeah, here's another thing too. If it's as price is coming up your if price is coming up to your target, when it gets about 30 or 40 cents away, depending on the price of target, if it's a $600 stock, about $1 away, join the ask, all right? Or join the ask, sell the ask. If price has got to be pushing up, you got to sell in the strength that you will catch what's called a gamma spike. And I've caught them anywhere from $20 to $100 a contract. You can imagine you get 20, 30 contracts and you're catching a spike of $100. It adds up pretty quick. It even adds up with one contract. But the price has got to be pushing. It's crazy when it happens, Dave. It's mind blowing.
Okay, thanks. So go ahead and sell the ask if we're pushing in the strength then.
Yes, sir. Yep. If it's pushing up your target, now you don't want to join at your target. You want to be selling as it's coming up to it. You know, 30, 40 cents away. Do it as people are a lot of new people are buying at that point, right? And we're trying to get out. Tesla's puking. So still in it here. It came close to stopping me out. I was ready to cut it, but looks like it's going to come on down to target. It's a good indication what's going to happen around the board here. So target is around 586, and I am going to join the ask right now on Tesla. Same thing here. Here's a perfect example. Target's down here. I'm going to go ahead and join the ask in the next spike. Just sell me out. And I'm going to move my stop on down too. So I got stopped out right there. No, give it back. Now, if you join the ask, you have to, and it starts pulling back, you've got to cancel it. You got to cancel it quick. So when you're trading, there's 3 stages. The first stage of a new trader is execution, and speed matters. Like a few seconds can make a big difference. A big difference. So get good at taking your entries, get good at exiting, okay? And then the next step is good entry and then staying in a position for a longer period of time, holding it through the pullback. That first pullback can put you in the red a little bit. That's why you always start with one contract, all right, or just 1%. If you're buying comments, 1% of your account is small. On the first pullback, you can be red. As it comes up and it TTOs, you add at that point. All right.
Okay.
So the second stage is holding your winners. All right. The third stage is adding to them. And dude, that's when you start doubling your account. That's when the magic starts to happen. That's when you learn to hold, you got quick execution, and now you're adding to your winners. That's when the magic happens. That's when you become the 10%. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Tight stops. You gotta cut losers instantly. You gotta cut them instantly. Starts very, very, very small. Because I can deal with 5 or 6, 7, 8 losers, even if they're in a row. If I'm having 5 or 6 losers, it don't mean my strategies are broken. Right? But if I keep them small, it only takes one to make up for them all, especially when you're adding. So it ain't gonna work if you sell. If you're selling and there's no reason to sell it, then you need to fix that. So a lot of people will sell it for no reason. They don't give you any indication it's gonna pull back or anything. You're selling it. Now, I understand that in the first 30 minutes of the day, you just want to pull profits real quick. But after 10 o'clock, it's different. Now, there's 3 different kinds of market conditions. The first condition is market's great. Your strategy's working. You got nice push-ups and everything is consistent. There's clear price action. Price pushes up, it pulls back, it continues higher. It's just smooth. That's when you go in. That's when you go all in. The second type is it's just, it's pushing up and it's semi-clear, but then it pulls back and then it bounces and it pushes back up. But it's semi-clear. You can read it a little bit. You want to lower your position size. Kind of like today's out closer to the third type, and it's instantly chopping back and forth. Especially on the smaller ones, you see it wicking everywhere. There's no clear direction. All right, you just don't know. It goes down, it breaks support, it goes down, and then it turns around and comes right back up. That's the days you just want to use very small positions or even just do something else. And today's getting very close to that type of day.
Are you determining market conditions by looking at like SPY or QQQ and seeing what they're?
No, because if that was the case, but just by looking at SPY and say, hell, it's a bull market, go all in. It's basically got to do with overall trend across the market. Now we look at SPY. SPY is fixing to make another entry here, target being 415. So, if the market looked like SPY does on the 5-minute and the 15, I would using really big positions. All right, this is an A+ condition. But when you look at NVIDIA, so different sectors are chopping. See that? So you went short, you got stopped out. You went long, you got stopped. See all these wicks everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
That is chop. That will hurt you. And it's across the board like that. Tesla's doing the same thing. And we pull money out of it. You can make money in a market like this, but you gotta pull money out quick. So that market gapped open, it came all the way back down field, it came back up, and it made a lower high and it come right back down. So it's just chopping sideways.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at Novax. This is the third day. This is one of the worst conditions that you can have. All right, so it moved up at open, came all the way back down. All right, then it moved right back up and it came all the way back. It just back and forth. Anybody that's long stop, anybody that's short stop, it's a killer market. You'll get ate up. And it's continuing after 10 o'clock. So usually at 10 o'clock, they'll flip a switch, it'll kind of smooth out. But today is not that day. Could it straighten out later? It can. But right now, it's just, you need some of your hands. Even Apple's kind of drying up. It's coiling. So it's right here, the compound inside bar, but it's inside. All this is inside here. And you can trade it inside bar but it depends on the range. Okay, it's a really tight range right here. You can see here it's kind of coiling. You know, it could shoot out the top. There's no way in heck I would trade this thing unless it shot out one side or the other. So everything I trade is a 2-1-2. You know, whether it's a 2-1-2 reversal or a 2-1-2 continuation. But
Okay.
all that is chopped, and you can see it right here on the 60. That one candle is this. So really, there's this candle and then that candle. Right? Because this 60 don't see that gap. Well, it does, but this is, to me, it's one candle. I'm factoring in the gap as one candle.
And a compound inside bar is a 1 on top of a 1.
Compound inside bar is basically just, you see this one on the 60 here? All this is just one candle here. So say that one was on the weekly, then you got to factor in all the bars that make up that one. You see what I'm saying? So I'm basically taking this candle here and exploding it. All this is inside that. And it
Okay.
matters on the higher time frame because on a higher time frame, say the inside bar on the monthly can be $40 wide. Right? So you could trade that. Oh, well, here, let me do this. I'll show you an example of it right now. Etsy. All this is a compound inside bar. All this is a compound inside bar. This is all inside. See this pivot high and pivot low? These market. This pivot low and pivot highs, you know, they run for sometimes several days, sometimes just a few days. All this is inside this range, which the range is, you know, $10 or $11. So you can trade it, but right now it's bouncing inside. So we can still trade it, but we really want to see it break through one side or the other. All right. Right now it's bouncing right at the base. Right. And then the other day it was bouncing right at the top because I think this one it's got a big gap on top. Yeah, I believe so. We want to see it bounce out the top or the bottom, but we can still trade it on the inside as long as the price action is clear. Right now it's at the bottom. Right? We don't know. And look, that's a compound inside bar. Let's see if we can find that compound inside bar on a higher time frame. Yeah. So if you look right here on the weekly, you see that. So that stuff I drew just on the 60, it's right there. That one candle there. All right. And then look, all this is a compound. All this is a compound. So this, most of this is that one candle right there. Right, and not all this, but it still expands because all that is inside the base of that candle there.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now it's saying, hey, I'm fixing to pop out the bottom, but really it can come out the top too. All we're doing is looking by going to lower time frames. All we're doing is taking a deeper look inside. And I kind of think of it like, you know, we're looking at the surface. Then we're taking a hand magnifying glass and we're looking. So if we take this one candle here, we're looking at the surface. Now we're taking a magnifying glass and kind of looking a little bit deeper in there. So there's that. We got a few candles in that one. And that monthly, there's going to be, you know, roughly 13 candles. Or not 13, because it's trading days. But so we're just looking deeper and deeper. So surface, hand glass. We're looking through a microscope. Now we're looking through a stronger microscope. Then we get down to the lower time frame. We're looking through an electron microscope. So we're seeing exactly where price is in relation to the trend. So reversals happen first on the lower time frame. So what that means is we can trade with confluence because it could be read on the month, the week, and the day. And the reversal will happen first on the, you know, on the 1 minute, and then the 5 and 15, 30, 60. In the 4 hour. So the 4 hour, when it goes green, it could take the day green. And the days go green, it could take the week green. And then, so you can trade confluence if you know what you're doing because reversals always have a lower time frame. Now, we don't try to guess the bottom, right? For it to be a clear reversal, we want to see a push up. We want to see a pullback and the next leg up. All right, we want to see that. So for me to say, hey, this thing's reversing and going back to the top, I need to see that. I want to be able to see that. It'll happen here first, and then it'll take the day grain, and as it pushes up there, it'll take the week grain, and then the month grain.
So you might not take that initial 212 off the bottom. You might wait for the pullback and get in on the second one.
Yeah, on the weekly here.
Like you drew it down at the on the 4 hour, you drew at the bottom. You said you
yeah,
need to see it come up, yeah, and then have a pullback. So would you not
yeah.
take that first 212? You wait for the pullback.
Yeah. So if price bounced here and it starts to come back up, all right, the next day or two, it's got a couple green bars, it goes inside, and the next bar, then yeah, I will definitely take a look. I'll take a look at taking it. Of course, I'll take that trade on the lower time frame first. I want to reconfirm that it's still pushing up on the, on the 15, 30, and the 60. So
Okay.
that'll confirm that yes, it is reversal. Because it could be showing a reversal on the 4 hour, but then again, a reversals happen first on the lower time frame. It could just be a pullback. The question that we're always asking ourselves is this a pullback or reversal? We'll just, that's always gonna be our question. And we can get an idea on that if we look at volume. And there's a book in resources, it's by Andrew Ye, it's about volume analysis. And on these lower time frames, during a pullback, which is just profit taking, we want to see volume decrease. And on a reversal, volume it'll start to increase. So if that was, going to continue or reverse trend, volume will start to increase here. But on a pullback, it'll decrease.
Okay.
And that book I highly recommend anyone new to trading needs to read that book. And also, if you're new to options, there's a book right below it, and it's about options and all the Greeks and IV and gamma, delta, and theta, and all that stuff. Highly recommend that you read it. It's a must read, really.
Okay, I'll definitely do that. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, market's looking bearish here. Let's look at lows. It might be trying to roll over here. Now we look at lows on a 5 minute. Right off the bat, it's chopping. We can tell it's chopping. Why? Because it's, of course, you can see the one there. We automatically know it's a chop. But you want to train your eye to see chop. All right. You don't want to, at first you see an inside bar on one of these, it's chopping. All right. And there's that inside bar. It's just chopping. But sometimes you'll see a 2. See that 2 there? That 2 is really inside. And the reason that says it's a 2 is because it wicked up just a little bit right here. Right there. In reality, all that is still inside. Let's clear that. Let that out. I'm going to watch it. You roll over. Remember, every time frame it's on pullback, it's a big push this morning. All right. It needs a rest for the next leg up. So by the end of the day, we can see this thing go 2, inside, up. And then it can go inside again and up again. Tell you what, the last 2 weeks have been stellar. Today is probably, today's been one of the ugliest days, ain't gonna lie. It's like Tesla's gonna hit target. But on days like this, you can't sit there and wait, and it's chopping back and forth. So it did hit target here. Of course, I was out, so. Days like today, take your money, take them off. Apple's chopping. All right, now look, Apple breaks that level there to be long, 125.86. But again, the target is not very far away. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start going through scans and see if there's anything with a clear direction. Sometimes we'll find clear direction across the board. We just got to find it. All right. So first thing, we're going to go back through this 10% scan. Microsoft's chopping. Let's put an alert there. If it decides to break out of this 60 here, it'll go to 246. All right, so we'll go ahead and mark this stuff. So when it does happen, we know about it. Tesla's coming on down. We might take Tesla short here again. Because if you look on PayPal short, somebody was talking about it. It's puking. So it formed a 3 on the day. Target's the base of this candle here, 540. Let's see if it comes back up and holds as resistance right here. It does go lower. It's just choppy on the way down. That's all there is to it. All right, I keep getting alerts on PayPal. Better take a look at it. Yeah. So PayPal. See it shooter down. It's a 2 up, 2 down. Target on this thing is 240. Take a look here. Novak's coming down. See this right here? All this is kind of chopped sideways. Baidu coming down. Let's take a look at Baidu. Baidu's got support here, but it's got a long ways down. There's a 212 to the downside on the 30, inside 60. But it's ugly, 212 monthly. All right, so look. Baidu breaks 182, 58. It's gonna be short. The target being 176. But definitely take a look at that. Baidu's okay. All right, now it looks like we might be getting some pushbacks up. Keep eye on the SPY too. We're still looking for this push up on SPY here. All right, Apple's at target. We might be able to take an entry in it, but it's only like 50 cents away. That's right. All right, so it's Apple's trading inside here. We want to push out the top. We gotta be careful that's not gonna wick back in. That's the problem. Lows might be TTOing on the 15er. All right, there goes Apple. Apple's long here. Apple is long. Apple is long. Targets this first pivot here at 126.24. There's a gap filled at 126.67. Apple long. Apple is long, long, long. Yeah. Entry, get and push back there. So work here at the top. Novak still puke or trying to come down. Say puke. It's chopping. You can't trade this. It's gotta be at one side or the other. These banks again. Okay, so banks, they have this pattern. They push up in the morning, they'll puke. They'll puke. I don't know what it is. Whenever banks are hot in the morning, they'll die. It's in a downtrend right here on the 4 hour. It wants to come down to 217. That's a pivot machine gun right here. But again, it can come down here and find support, goes right back up. Reason being, it's in a strong uptrend. Top. This compute machine got that damn side. I'm really scared to get anything right now. This is coming down. I mean, it's almost to the downside. We just need to find something that's got some kind of consistency. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Apple's long. SPY breaks the top here, it'll be long. Look at Apple 212.15 or 30. Measured moves. Apple's still long. Target's 126.24. It should hit target. We're watching SPY too for another push. It's a big move it made this morning. Right now it's inside. See this chop? Right off the bat, it's inside. I don't care if that says a 2 or not. The reason it's showing a 2 is because it popped up just a little bit here. All right, we're rolling back down. Everything's making lower highs. All right, even SPY. If you look around the 5 minute and on the 15, them are lower. You're getting low. Piton trying to TTO. So Piton's long again here. Target's 95.12. If it's going to bounce and go back inside here, I don't know. There we go. Come out with TTO. BIIB's long right now. BIIB's long. Wow, you can't get in that thing on options. Target's 282. So spready. See all this right here's chop on the inside. Target 285. Ugly. Just moving. All right, Microsoft. Oh, I got an alert on D-Dog. All right, Microsoft's fixing to be long here for that next leg up. Let's take a look at D-Dog right quick. I want to catch the ones that move the most. D-Dog's long here. Yep, 312 continuation. Oh shit, that's got a long way to go. D-Dog. See that big red candle there? That's money. That is money. Microsoft's long. Apple's still long. There you go. We're getting some movement now.
Hello, Big O, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I sent a message to the Discord platform. I don't know if you're receiving any of the ones here on the Zoom.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm kind of delayed on those.
Oh,
D-Dog's long.
no, it's all
Microsoft's
good.
long. Apple's long. I'm sorry. Go ahead and shoot, brother. You want to ask a question?
Oh, no. I did in the Discord.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Message.
I don't
Hey, no,
usually
it's all
watch.
good. I listen. I know you guys are busy. I know. I know. Hold on one second. That's a customer.
How you been doing? Oh shit. D-Dog. Yeet, yeet. Ha. Hey, Geo, I just found that. I just found it. We're ready to go now. D-Dog. Heaton trying to TTO. Apple's going. He was chatting away. Yeah, I was gonna PayPal. I'm sorry, I'm just now reading your messages, everybody. Thank you both inside days. You can expect chopping to the range breaks. Oh, well. Spy kicked ass today, my friend. You expect chopping to the range breaks. Kicked out. This is trying to come back up. Anyway, target on Apple's not that far away. It does get gap fill though. 5 minute. Oh yeah, that's just a TPO profile. It's just a common study. Person higher cost. Uber. All right, let me take a look at those. Target. Oh shit. Yeah, if y'all see something that's moving really good, just open that mic up and come on in. Yeah. Yeah. It won't bother me whatsoever. Yeah, Target's a beast. Target's 210. What a beast. It's a little extended on that 60 though. It needs a pretty good size pullback. Piton come back up. Piton's along here. If it breaks back out here, I'm going to be adding to it. All right. Uber. Uber's looking good. Oh yeah. Oh, at that 60, nice. Yeah. So if anybody sees something, there's a 2-1-2 reverse right off the bat on 4 hour. Yeah, pop the mic open and just come on in. Don't hurt my feelings whatsoever. So even though I'm, the host, we're all a big team here. The more eyes, the better. I've got a small universe, and when I don't see something moving on us, I'll look through scans. But yeah, there's always going to be something moving. Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, check out QQQ. If you look at, I think 322, what's it? 322.62, we go in a big fat gap if we can take out that wick.
Here, let's take a look. Now your name's Corey.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't remember names really good. Thank you so much, Corey. You're a big help. You found some really good stuff, my friend.
I've been doing Strat for a while, so I got a lot of good scans.
Nice, I appreciate that. Yeah, QQQ is going to be a good uptrend. Remember, everything needs its own pullback here. If the reverse is going to have to be here on the bottom. So if this thing starts to come back up, we'll see it here first. There's a 2 inside break of that. We'll take it more. All right, it's 11 o'clock for the next 30 candle. Yeah, so break above 322. Boy, it'll be gone. All right. SPY pushed through. We took that. Peton, I'm fixing to add to it here. Ain't that crazy? Every time Kathy Wood sells something, it goes up. Now this is a beautiful TTO here. You see it push up, pull back, gone. Breaks 95.30. You can enter it or you can add to it.
She really shouldn't advertise what she buys or sells. You look at that PLTR. Oh, she's bought so much out of that from like $32, $33 down to 18. She's got so much crap in there, millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, she's not on it. I tell you that. She's not on it. This 3-day was beautiful. They haven't across the board. Big push up inside. It needs to break one side or the other, boy, and it's looking very bearish. Yeah, everything that she bought, they short. And I can understand why the big guys don't want to advertise what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? I get
Oh
it.
yeah. She's advertising, and everyone, whatever she does, they turn around and short it.
Yeah. Kills them. Tesla might be going inside down 15. So Tesla below 584.40 will be short. I'll tell you what, they're killing Tesla too, which I don't care about the individual company. Target's 536, magnitude is. It's in a downtrend. Try to push a higher one, it couldn't, right back down. So 3 on the 4 hour. Below 584 is gonna be short. Novak's just pushing on down here. Tesla got a huge green candle on that 60. Apple's trying to take the next leg up. Novak's. It may die all day. Who knows? But Novak's, its targets this base here, 126.68, in a pretty tight range there. Apple's trying again.
It looks like when that flip happened, they turned the sell machine on.
Yep. It sure did. That's why you gotta be so mindful of those flips. It's incredible what they can do. All right, Tesla below 584.44. Apple trying.
Hey, Jerry, check out Mark K. That's one of her things. It looks like we're getting close to a short. Inside on the daily.
Inside there. Not letting us send it to me. This is short here, guys. I'm trying to, for some reason, it's not letting me send it over through. Weird. Yeah, that's weird. Test is short here, guys. I just can't, for some reason, it's not letting me in right this second. Test is short, bigger than shit here. All right, let's PayPal. Test is short here. They flipped the switch on it. Guess it is short. Apple come back down. They're selling. They're selling the meat out of it. Test is short here, guys. Might as well, yeah, but I can't get in it for some reason. I don't know why. It's so weird. Test is short. It was short at 585. It's dropped $4, almost $5 now. So weirdest thing or something wrong. Of course, TOS, you know, if you trade TOS, yeah, man. That's part of it. Their stuff can act really crazy sometimes. Yeah. Whatever. Those might be short here now. You see, we'll roll back over and come back down. Anyway, we're gonna keep moving on here. Sucks on Tesla. If you're able to get a
QQQ.
Tesla, man, hop in there. Ooh,
QQQ,
shit, Jackie. It's going on
QQQ
now.
on QQQ on the 30-minute 3-1. I mean 3-2 down.
Yep, so target's 319. QQQ short. Lowe's is coming back down here. It might roll over. The crazy is, why you gotta be mindful of them flips? Lowe's can keep machine gun down. Let's see what I'll do with Lowe's. Lowe's is short here. Peton's moving. Peton's gonna be longer ad here. All right, let it break 95.40. SPY might be short. I mean, it's 2-2 clearly. Yeah, your target's only going to be 410. So SPY is short, but its target's not very far away. LOW, yeah, I say HD's gonna be the same way. This fail. Lows is short. First target's 199.98. SI. SI is rolling over here. It's been a puker. Big doji on the 4 hour. Smack dab in the middle of that bar though. I don't like that at all. Lows are short. Beaton's trying, boy. He's trying to pop back out of there. Right now he's chopping. All righty, so we got going here.
Looks like on VIX on the 30 took out 2 pivots on the way up.
Big J, it's got that hammer right there, boy. It could go 2-2. Wants to. Wayfair's puking. Let's go with Wayfair. That's a big mover. Yeah, it's 2-3. Big shooter. Shooter counters hammer. It's got room down at 263. So it's drying up a little bit down here. 292. W is going to be short when it breaks 292. So get ready for that. W is short. W is short. W is short, guys. Piton's trying to come back up again. It's just chop city on Piton. Got 2 down, 2 up Piton. Tesla's still short here. Tesla's still short.
Let's go, Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's banging it. Spy short. Tesla's killing it. Wayfair's short here too. Wayfair, I like these because they can fucking die. This has moved $2 already since entry. Tesla ain't gonna stop. Look here. Let me show you the magnitude on Tesla here. Right here. Right here on the weekly. 540. Try to push it higher today. They couldn't. Right straight back down. Nvidia short for gap fill. Novak's short. Etsy short. Spy short. Wayfair short. Tesla. Let's go. Now look. Entry on Tesla was when it broke this support here, 584. Now look, see how it's starting to wick down here? That's your sign that it's getting weak. So be careful. Oh shit, okay. I know why now. I got my son's. I can't say that, but I figured out why on this one. We were looking at the 5-minute. You really, if you're new, you don't really need to look at the 5-minute. I'm looking at it to see weakness. When you start seeing wicks, you can tell a lot by the body of the candle. All right, so the body starts getting smaller. It tells your volumes drying up a little bit. When they start wicking, it tells you another story. And then push down on Tesla. D-Dog's still working. There goes Etsy. Etsy's short here. I hope y'all got in that. So it chopped a little bit this morning. Now we're getting a good push down. Etsy breaking down here. Hey, I'm on. Etsy's breaking down. Tesla's starting to drop a little bit. Piton's even rolling over. Remember on days like today, you gotta take your profits. But we already know it's choppy chop chop. Tesla, God almighty. Give me some money, girl. Holy shit. You're on the trade that don't work. As long as you keep them small, it only takes one to play. This is still trying. Your magnitude's a pretty good ways away. Any sign of weakness that I'm gonna get out. The dog rolled over. There, it rolled over quick too. So I had a shooter down. Put these resistance and everything. It's done. The video's still coming down. Two times still chopping sideways. Novak's still coming down. D-Dog's maybe short here. Tesla's still working. Tesla's still working. Yeah, she's short. Tesla's still going. Target on Tesla is still 540. Low still chopping sideways. It just made a bigger inside bars on it did. Tesla ain't gonna stop. We might see 540 today on that thing. Who knows? 576. So it's $10 since entry. You can still chopping. I'm waiting on these things to break out one side or the other. If they break to the downside, they break through support, then it'll be short on those. The video is still working. The video is getting closer to support, 550. Target's 548. There can be some resistance at 550 though. Come on, Tesla, come on down. Apple's trying to roll over. SPY's coming down. QQQ's coming down. All right. SPY's first target's 410. Yeah, hear me. NVIDIA's still working. SPY or Tesla's still working. SPY's still working. NVIDIA's still working. NVIDIA's still short here. Yeah. All right, we see NVIDIA break 550 here. We'll see 548. Tesla's still going. I'm telling you what. If you keep your losers to a minimum, it only takes one trade like this right here to rock it. Tesla's short. NVIDIA's still short. Every time it dips in and pulls back, I'm adding. So even on the 5 minute. Tesla's still working. SPY's still working. NVIDIA's still working. Piton's still chopping sideways. Apple's rolling over. All right, so Apple found support here at 126 or resistance. We're pulling back down. See it? Apple's short. Target's only is at 124.45. It's only 50 cents away. Novak is still short. Novak's still working. Target's 121.83 on Novak's. Tesla is damn dying. Tell you what. You're talking about a week's payday in one day. I mean, there you go. Entries at 584. $12. NVIDIA's still working. We don't care if it goes up, down, sideways, left, or right. We trade it for what we say. NVIDIA's still working. I'll tell you this. Tesla's do a pullback. All right. Tesla's do a pullback. NVIDIA's do a pullback anytime. Novak's just do a pullback anytime. Wayfair still puking. All right. Wayfair breaks 290. 290.29. It's going to be short or add to it. Target on Tesla is 540. So it can do it if it wants to. NVIDIA's still working. Novak's still working. Tesla's still working. Wayfair entry is 295 on that. NVIDIA's still working. Novak's still working. Tesla's still working. Apple's working here in it. I didn't get an Apple because the target's not very far away, but for people that's got small accounts, it's been perfect for you. So Apple, there's two targets on it. Open and gap fill. So 124.47 and then gap fill at 123. So here's an open. That's at 124.56. Now it's only 40 cents away. I want a target that's $85 away. There's a flip. Nine flip. Things can turn around here. This could be a big pullback. So any signs of reversal, take your money. Take your money. Yeah, they can hit Tesla all they want. They can eat it, have it, whatever. We like it. Maybe puking. Then with a breakdown. Yes, sir. So during the chop, we sit there on our hands. When it breaks out one side or the other, we hit it. We hit it. VRM. Yeah, let me show you. This 212. This is a measured move. It's a fucking huge 3586. So we'll just say 36 by 40. It's 4 hours. All right. It's trying to break down here. Target be $31, $30. It's finding resistance right now, or support at $35. All right. So if it breaks $34.99, it will be a short, with target being 31 measured move. All right. Let's get it below that psych number. Psych numbers are important for all tickers. So if I set alert and it's closer to a whole number, I'm going to set it to it. Okay. I want to see it break, just like Lowe's breaking those psych numbers this morning. You see a big push. Did it Lowe's this morning. Of course, it's kind of shit right now, but this morning, each time it breaks a psych number, we'll see another push. So it breaks to 200. And then we get almost, we get $2 more after that psych number. So we play the psych number break. Of course, we're in with that, I think. We play the psych number. We take profits, and then it goes back down, and then we just, I don't know. You saw it happen. But you're always trying to look at that psych number. A lot of people buy by that, especially institutions and hedge funds. They don't buy by pennies, they buy by whole numbers and halves. The video's still working. Novak's inside trying to go back down. They need a rest. That's all there is to it. VIX to the dang moon inside. So we're seeing a small rest for the next leg down or a reversal. No, we don't know. We're going to try to know. All right. Lowe's is bullish. It wants to continue lower here, 497, but it needs to, it needs a little at a certain point before it goes lower. Oh, I had a Tesla. I'm not going to give any back. So don't give any back on Tesla. If it goes inside, remember, it needs a rest right now. If you give any back, that's a problem. Take that shit. Here's why. If it breaks back down below 57270, we're back in it. We're not going to sit there and wait for that. We're not going to wait for that TTO up there and move like that. And not on a day like today. So remember, there's 3 kinds of days. And today's very close to a 3. The only reason it's not a 3 is because we had a push. We just had a fall through in the last 30 minutes. Today's been kind of wild today, guys. The last 2 weeks has been money. We're still making money today, but it's not. Market's not as pretty as it's been. It's been choppy as hell the last 2 weeks, but it's been consistent. We play it one way in the morning, like before 10, and we'll play it the next way after 10, and around lunchtime we'll play it the other way. We'll play it 3 or 4 different ways, but it's consistent. We like consistency. We like huge moves. And after a big move down like that, guys, they're going to get a pullback. You're going to get a pullback. All right, Tesla. Tesla low 572.70 will be short again. All right. Pullbacks, rest, they're needed. They are very healthy for a stock. After a big move like that, you want to go inside. That's why that 2-1 scan is so healthy. That 2-1 scan is money. If you use it on 15-minute candle first thing in the morning, it goes 2, and then a big 2 candle measured move goes inside. You're going to get that next leg up 90% of the time. And you don't even have to really look at the higher time frames, not in the first 30 minutes. Of course, you should. You should look at them. Let's watch Tesla here on that 6 or SPY on the 60, because that could have just been a big pullback. Remember, every time frame it's on pullback has a big move on Tesla on SPY this morning.
Hey, Jerry, check
Yes, sir.
out SPGI.
Oh, nice. Still rocking. Ooh, nice. A plus. Look at there on the weekly. Pushed up. Retest. Rip. Love it. Ooh, 224 hour. Tell you what, it breaks through this pivot at 380. It's gone. Good find. Damn, that's perfect. So this chart here, guys, you found is perfect. We said it's a strong A trip. We see it's a strong uptrend on the monthly. On the weekly, remember, every time frame is on pullback, here's a massive pullback on it. On the weekly, it comes back down and retest pivot. This was resistance, now it's support. Just like we saw on FedEx today. And FedEx might be pulling back right now, but I can guarantee you it's going to continue up. Guarantee it. I don't know when, but it will. So this retest, the next leg up, is twice the first. So 368.97. Let's say that's a $30 move, and this move will be 30. So 430 is target on this PGI. And the reversal that you see here started here. And it held. So there's no way in hell it's going to go lower, right? We don't, something like that. We don't have to guess. There's a 2-1-2. So it'll be long over 380. We'll extend it on the 60. Looking good, though. It's looking good. Check out these other tickers. UNH trying to TTO 15 or back to the upside. NVIDIA wicking on the bottom. Right now, we're getting a lot of pullbacks. It was just a massive push down. Right now, we don't know if it's the bottom. Okay, it could just be a pullback to the downside. This is profit taking. All right. One way we can tell is if we look at volume. All right. UNH. You look at UNH, it's trying to TTO right here on the 15er. See it? Up, pull back, rip. All right. So it's long now. Your target is 412, which is, it's only 30, 40 cents away. So it's not worth it. We want to let it break 412.20. Okay. When it breaks that, TTO for the next leg up. All right. So we want to see a 2-1-2 continuation measurement over here on the 30. So this is just chop inside here too. All right. This is chop. All right. For confirmation, we need to break. These can be kind of spready. Well, it ain't too spready today. Some days it is. This thing can move a lot. All right, we're gonna keep an eye on Apple and SPY because it could be a reversal or it could be a pullback to the upside. We don't know yet. So on stuff like this, you can actually scalp these right here on that TTO. We know it's going to come up to 126. All right, but I'd wait. If I can't pull $4 or $5 out, I don't want to touch it. If I'm going to risk losing $50, I want it to be worth my while if it goes in the direction I want it to go. So remember that. Always think to yourself, how much am I going to gain and how much am I going to lose? If I'm wrong, I'm going to lose, $50, $60. If I'm right, I got the potential to make, $300, $400, $500, even on one contract. You don't have to add to anything. You can literally use one contract to make a lot of money. If you're gonna trade options, you better understand everything about them, all the Greeks. Data, time decay is very real, especially Thursday around lunchtime, after lunch, Friday, very important. Because even with price pushing up, you can still lose money. And there's a book in the resource that tells you all about it. And it's not, and it says it's a must, you must do that. If you're gonna trade options. You don't have to, but you should. Lowe's right now is chopping. All this is chopped. Let me show you. All this is just chopped. It's sideways movement, right? We want to see it break out, right? So it'd just be a 2-1-2. You can see here. See that 2-1? That's actually all inside. The reason it's a 2 there because it peaked out just a few cents. Okay, here and here. But it's inside, it's chopped. That's all it is. So Lowe's gonna look basically the same way. Just move it down. It could be a 2-1-2 reverse of the downside. All right, let's keep an eye on Tesla here. People taking profits, they might try to take it back down. Remember, target's 540 on this thing. We're looking for a TT on the downside here. Now, according to the strat, your entry is 2 down, 2 up, 2 down, right? With the target being 572. So it's saying, so the strat says short right now, but your target is 572, which is, it's still 2 or 3 odd moves, but you have to be super quick. I want to see it break 572.70. All right, and we'll take it to the next leg down. And the reason I like that, because when it comes down, price forms a double bottom, and it can shoot straight through it. It can reverse, it could pull back and then go lower, or it could just reverse completely. When it breaks through there, it automatically tells me it's going to make a new low. Right? So for me, personally, it's a safer entry, even though I'm paying higher premium for it. All right. So it is short now. Your target's only at 572.70. It's trying to come back down. All right. So we're getting a pullback. Now the next leg down. Profit taking. All right. Etsy's fixing to be short. Here's a consolidation here on the 5-minute. All right. Next leg go. Momo shoot on the 30. And the 60. And it's dying too. See it? 3, 1, 2. Continuation measure move. See that inside bar on the 30? It's closer to the base. All right. Target on this thing is 154. All right. Etsy short here. Tesla's fixing to be short. Nvidia's short again. It's incredible. Incredible. Watch Tesla, I'm telling you, it's fixing to bang. So you could have took that entry and your target would have been met just about. So you could take it on that 2-2 break. All right. Your target's here. All right. So let's see what it does here. Say we take our money quick. So that's a $5, almost $6 pullback. All right, Tesla short again. Hang on a second. Let's make sure it's going to push. Let it clear 572. Etsy's still short here. Novak's fixing to go short again. Or if you're in it, TTO, you can add. Nvidia's still short. Get back in it. You can get back in or add. SPY coming down. Let's watch SPY. Tesla short. SPY coming on down to target 407. Videos. Woo. She dying, boys and girls. She gone. Target on the video is 540. Moved $18 today. On these re-entries, keep your stops very tight on them. Very, very tight. Start with one contract. We can add when it's successful.
Are you currently in NVDA?
The video?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm in Tesla too. I'm fixing to cut it, but I'm still in the video. Tesla.
Okay. I got out of NVDA. I didn't realize you were even in it. So
Yeah, I re-entered. At 11:30 flip, I took profit on a lot of it. It started pulling back. As soon as it came back down, I entered again. I re-entered Tesla too. I'm still in Etsy. I re-entered Etsy. So I got I'm giving the video about $2. Tesla, I'm getting about $2. I'm fixing to get stopped out of those. But I've got one contract on each. So I'm not gonna get back too much.
I ended on the break of that on the 5-minute chart that your green 2 right there at that red line.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, and exited right when that 1 bar turned green.
Oh yeah, nice job, man. That's a big move there, you know. And every time frame is some pullback, they're a little bit extended right here on the 16. Ain't gonna lie, but you know, that's a big push down. Yeah, yes. I've been in video for a while on the break of this consolidation here, so I'm just looking for compound 1 breaks. What I'm doing, breaking the upside or downside. So we know this thing's bearish from the higher time frame, just dying. Enter at 552 and take it down. Same thing with Tesla. I'll show you an entry on Tesla. Here. So I've got my son's account and I have my account. And sometimes I help him his account. And, yeah, so entry on Tesla was here. 8480 record consolidation. And right now we got Momo shooters on a 15 and a 30. So going down. So I exited here and I got back in here as well. So I'm actually getting ready to get stopped. UNH. UNH is trying to break right here. Yeah, 212 continuation move. That's a big candle to come up through there. Here's another thing. These breaks, they fail about 80% of the time after lunch. So after lunchtime, these things will fail about 80% of the time. It's a lot of bull and bear traps out there. UNH wants to go up here. Look at UNH. This thing's a beast. And look, UNH is going to be a swing here to 425, 426. I'm holding commons on this thing. It's a monster. Look at the monthly. This thing is in a rip roar uptrend. Remember, every time frame gets its own pullback. You see it right here. Yeah, nice one. We want the big nice ones. All right. Because price will quickly come right up through there. It's thinking if it wants to, UNH can come to 425 today. All right. It can come to 425 today. It's no joke. I love it. You got a portfolio or IRA or long term. UNH is long right now. I mean, this is the ticket. Yeah, so UNH is long. Magnitude on UNH is 425. And that's just right here, 425 right there. All right. If it wants to, it can do it today. That's how strong UNH is. Will it do it today? Maybe not. Probably won't, but it can. Netflix. Let's take a look. Thank you for that. Chopping now. Red. This right here's a compound inside bar, probably inside near the quarter or something. It's in a downtrend. It's inside day. It's right. The thing it's giving to is right smack dab in the middle of it. So we see it's a compound inside bar, right? These bars are inside this bar here. You can see it here. This is basically one bar, and this stuff's right in the middle of it. Can we play that range? Yeah, there's $7 or $8 in that range that we can play it. If you take it short, targets here. Right now, it needs to come out one side or the other. Yeah, I'm not comfortable playing it. No, that's not to say it won't work. I'm just scared. But look, even in some of the trades, even some of the setups I trade, to me they look really good, and sometimes they still fail. And then sometimes people say, "Hey, well, it looks great," and I don't like it, but then it turns and it just rips. So I'm not saying it's a bad trade. I just 82.80. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean it's in a different downtrend for sure. Yeah, so down, it's going inside. Now look, if it can break, if it breaks 480, 438, I'll send an alert. If it breaks that, your first target's 482.76. Right now we're getting a little bit of chop.
So on NVIDIA teaching moment here, 5-minute chart coming back up to the red line, we would be looking for that to potentially reject there.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. That pattern works on all time frames too. So just like on FedEx, it rejected and pushed up. We want to see this hold and then push right back down. Right. So you're exactly right. We want to see this thing hold, become resistance. If it does, here's another thing too. Let me pull. I'll pull a 5-minute up. Let me show you. This is important. It's pretty cool too. All right, so from this point here, 548 to 544, we'll just say $4. the next move is twice this first move. So if it can reject here, if it rejects here, well, it didn't touch it, but if it came up here and touched, it might just reverse here on this TTO. But if it came up to this point here and touched, and came back down, the next move is twice the first. All right, so it's a $4 move. The next work would be 540, and it works about 9% of the time. Yeah, it's pretty cool how it works. If you go back in time and look, anytime you see a chart that's got that, especially on the, of course, the higher time frame, the bigger the move. If you look at the daily and the weekly, and you see that pattern, it happens a lot. If you look at it, you'll see. Yes, this can be TTNO right here. But yeah, on the higher time frame it happens on, the bigger the move. But so Tesla is starting to work here. I actually didn't stop. I got close to stopping myself out. So I don't personally use hard stops when I first enter. I use a mental stop. And the reason being because of IV, because of gamma spike will stop you out. So if you have a real sharp 10-cent move with an option, it'll stop you out and it'll go in your direction. After I get deep in the money, you don't have to be that deep in the money, but after I get in the money pretty good, I will use a hard stop. In case there's a liquidity break or something like that, I will still be in the money. And a lot of times when I get close to a target, I will sell into that strength as well. But yeah, go on the higher time frames, look at that pattern and see, add the high before the pullback. Add those together and see. You'll see that it doubles the move. A lot of times it'll go more than double the move. Yeah, so this could just be a TTO here. If it breaks 544.46, you can enter or add. Gotcha.
Jerry, where you do a really great job is that, you can follow all those candles, 1, 2s, and 3s, but you really show the strategy of the, push down, pull back, and then taking off. No one has shown that better than you.
I appreciate that very much. Yeah, and that's basically the whole thing, is seeing how the market reacts. And I think that's one reason that, a lot of the newer guys, Tesla's still puking here. So Tesla's short here again if you're not in it. NVIDIA is going to be short when it breaks 544. But the price action, the way this price moves is very important. And on the higher time frames, it's easier to see it. The way it pushes and it pulls and it pushes and it pulls. And then on a reversal, we want to see it, push and pull the opposite direction. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, so you just, and also too, but yeah, if you're, when you're just sitting there, practice drawing these push-ups and these pullbacks. Dang, it makes you be able to see it easier. That'll help you a lot. I think that helped me a lot. See,
yeah, I think that's money, Jerry, what you sit there and do. That's exactly how price action works.
Yeah.
I tell you, it fixed a lot of my trading mistakes.
Yes, it's pretty easy to see. And also, like on NVIDIA here, we see it, it's got, so this is clear price action. It pushes up and pulls back. Now, when it starts going sideways, this is crap. You can't really do anything with that. I mean, you can, but you can't. But yeah, practice that. And when the stock starts to come up, like over here on the videos, it comes back up over here. We don't try to guess the base. We don't try to guess the bottom. We want to see a clear reversal. So that takes a, push up, the first pullback, and then it rips. All right, that's when you hit it right here. Because look, this could come down, pull back, and then go lower. So we don't try to guess, is this the bottom here? We want to see that first push up, a pull back, and a push up. Now it's better if you got two pullbacks to the upside. Yeah, but just practice. That's, that helps a lot. Being able to see that. Yeah, and that's why they say, well, that's why I say, if you're new to trading, stick to 30 and 60. It's easier to see price action. Of course, you can see it on all time frames, but it's moves slower over here. It moves slower on the 30 and the 60. So you can see a reversal happening slower. But not only that, on some of the tickers I trade, if this thing reverses here, say if it comes 2-1, the next bar is a 2 up, then your first target is going to be here, but your next target is going to be here. That's that's a $5, that's a $6 move right there. Yeah, price action is just, I appreciate that, Rain. Price action is, yeah, it makes things so easy. I use pivot studies and stuff, but they're not flagging. They're like, these studies, they can start several days back, several weeks, even a year back. Like some of these pivots, they're very relevant. Like on this monthly, this thing stems for 2 or 3 years back, and you can see the longer the consolidation, the bigger the break. This thing consolidates for almost over a year, almost 2 years, and then it breaks on this big candle. All right. This right here stems back from months. I'm
just so
Hey,
happy
Jerry.
my chart is clean now and no EMAs and SMAs running all over the place.
Exactly. There's nothing in the way. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jerry, if on the 30 for NVIDIA, are we saying that if it breaks 547.72, which is the top of that inside bar, that it's going long again after that?
Yeah. So we got to be mindful of a couple of different things here. This pivot here is resistance. Okay, but it can go. Let me show you. It can do two different things here. The next candle could be a 2-1, could be a 2 up. All right. Your target is going to be this red line here. Now, if it breaks through the red line, then you'll see this will be your target. All right. Or it could go 2, because this is a big push down here. All right. And then it goes inside. We can see the next leg down. So 2-1-2 continuation. But yeah, here's what could happen though, more than likely. It goes inside, it might come back up here, test, and then go lower.
Right.
Yeah, so we don't really know what's going to happen here. But what we can do, though, is we can see what's going to happen there based on the 5-minute. So the good thing about it is the multi-time frame analysis is you can actually see into the future what's going to happen to a certain extent. Because any kind of reversal or continuation here is going to happen on the lower time frame first. So if price drops below this wick here, then more than likely it's going to go lower. So if you see, so right now on the 5-minute, this one candle is just chopping sideways. All right. So we don't want to trade this. We want to trade it when it breaks one side or the other.
Okay.
And also, there's another tip too. These big candles, these big red candles or green candles, to me, they're nothing more than a gap, because there's no resistance here. And the reason that they work is because on the lower time frames, there's a bunch of red candles stacked really tight. So when price comes back up through here, it's hitting every single one all the way up through there. And the more it hits, the faster price climbs. All right. So they say pivot machine gun. When you see this big candle, you can bet your ass there's a pivot machine gun on the lower time frame.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
why
if
they
we
work.
went if we went 2 up on the next 30-minute candle, would you wait for a pullback before you jumped in, or would you jump in right away on that 2 up?
On the break there, I would probably wait. Well, it depends. If you're trading a 30 and a 60, you don't even really need to worry about the 5 and the 15. So if this breaks 2 up, you can take it as soon as it crosses here. Your target's going to be here, the top of the candle. And I would my target would be the body of it. All right. So some tickers, this could be, $2 or $3. But your real problem comes here on this pivot. Because there is resistance here. But yeah, you can take it as soon as it crosses here. But for me, on that 5 minute, I want to see a clear move up. So like you're saying, yeah, I'd like to see it push up, pull back, and then it rip.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. But tell you what, when it breaks, if it does push up and it breaks to this line here, man, this thing, you're going to see this. You'll definitely see that target there. Yeah. 100%.
Hey, Jerry, look at DDOG on a daily basis. You're about 50% into the previous candle. It's got a shooter. Would you sort of anticipate that might be an outside bar working on?
Daily. Oh yeah, definitely can come through there. Yeah. Yeah. Now somebody did some patterns and study. I think it might have even been Sarah, I'm not sure. And they determined if a candle is 50% by I think lunchtime, that more than likely it'll form a 3 or something. I'm not sure. I'm not too sure on it. But we still have roughly 4 hours to complete that 3. But here's the thing. Let's draw this. All right. So we know we got a shooter up here. All right. The next candle that formed a lower high, and then a lower high and a lower high. It's consistently moving lower. All right. And on top of that, price goes down. Here's your first pullback, your next leg down. So for a pullback, it doesn't necessarily have to be a green candle. All right. So right now we're in a downtrend because you got a pullback. All right. Now, according to the strat, well, this is 1 bar. It goes inside. Because remember, after a big push down, it needs a rest on all time frames. There's your next leg down. So then it trades sideways here. All right. So you want to be able to interpret every time frame. Push down, pulls back, and comes back down. Every time it came in this area, it's wicking. So that tells you there's a lot of buyers stacked up right here. All right. But here's your push. It's in a downtrend. We saw it on the month. All right. And it's inside. It's resting. So we need to see it clear here. Now we go to a lower time frame. We can see exactly what is happening inside this inside candle right now. We see it come down. It's it's trying to come down, but right now it's in a range. It's just chopping inside the other. It's starting to make higher highs, but it's wicking every time it comes up here. So you got to be mindful of these wicks as well. The wicks are very important about telling the whole story. So at this level is wicking. So it's telling you that maybe price can't push higher, so it's got to go lower. So right now it kind of looks like this. But here you can be mindful. It's a lot to it. It's making higher lows. All right, so you gotta be mindful of that too. But again, it's trading sideways. It's just kind of a way of just coiling. It's gonna do something. I don't know what. So then you have that. But again, it's red on the month. It's a 212. It's a hammer counter shooter. So then we'll go down to lower time frames. That's why it's best to start with, especially if you're new, it's best to start with charts on the weekly and the monthly that are A+ setups. Easy to read. That's very important because it makes it easier to read on the daily 4 hour and lower time frames. Right now it popped up. I actually took this long earlier and I got stopped out about break even before it reversed on me. But it pushed up and it's coming right back down. Earlier we got in on this break and it ran up just a little bit, I think 40 cents. But it's chopping. And I took it because it was breaking out of this pivot. Remember, the reversals are going to happen first on these lower time frames. And because a breakout fails, don't mean that the strategy you're using is wrong. It just means sometimes they fail. So it pushed up. Anybody that went long here got trapped. All right. Now we'll see this thing come back down, and this will be the first target. Right. Now it can do one of three things here. It can shoot straight through. It can come down, bounce, and then go lower, or it could come down, bounce, and then reverse completely. These pivots are points that extend several days that you have to be very mindful of, because I don't know why they work, but when enough people use these, then they become relevant. And another thing to remember is the more times price touches these pivots, the more relevant they are. So to be a real trend line, price has got to touch it at least 3 times. So we see here it's touched it 4 times. So when price comes down, there's going to be something happening here. And not only that, there's a lot of stops here. So that's one reason they work the breaks work so well. You'll usually see a lot of volume through these, because as soon as it breaks one way or the other, it's taking all those stops out and price shoots up very quickly. I know it's a lot to take in, but there's just so much to the picture.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome. I hope I didn't complicate it too much. So let me pull up an A+ chart. So if you're a new trader, always start with just beautiful charts on the monthly and weekly. And what I mean by that is you should easily be able to read exactly what price is doing. You should be able to really easily read it. Here's an A+ setup on the month and the week. All right. So right now we know that price is pushing up on the month. It's pretty strong. There's a it's a clear image of what's happening. All right. Price pushes up, comes back down, pushes up, comes down, pushes up, comes down a little bit, pushes up, coming down. So right now we're in a strong uptrend. Right now in the week, it's red. All right. So we're in a pullback. All right. So this red candle is a pullback. And remember, as price pushes up, they need a pullback. It's healthy. Now that red candle, what is that thing doing? We can see right now on the daily, price pushes up. There's your pullback, right? So now it's trying to come back up. Do we think it's going to come back up? Yeah, hell yeah. Why? Because on the month, we got a strong uptrend. It's actually a target on it, magnitude. So do we think it's going to reverse or go higher? It's more than likely, there's a 95% chance it's going to go higher because the uptrend is strong. It's clear. Every time it pulled back to the red candle, came right back up. Red candles came right back up. So we got a red candle here. What's going to happen? More likely that pattern is going to continue. It's going to go higher. So on the daily, we see 2 days of red. All right. That's profit taken. And now we're going to see it push back up. All right. And that's going to create a triangle. And you can take it as it comes across here. Or you can take it on a lower time frame with your magnitude being 98.62. That's where your swings come into play. So we see it push up on the 4 hour. All right. Price comes down. It's actually tested here. All right. So when it tests, here's what's happening. Price tried to go lower, but there was so much support here, it couldn't. All right. They couldn't drive it lower. So there's only one direction for it to go, and that's up. All right. As it goes up, it takes out this stop, this stop. All right. And when it comes across this stop, the 9862, we'll see another big push up because it's a bunch of stops stacked right there on top. All right, so start, if you're brand new, start with beautiful A+ time frames or charts on the monthly and the weekly because it's easy to interpret. It's easy to interpret. If you got to guess what price is doing, then skip it and go find you a ticker that's easy to read. All right, start there. I'm telling you, there's no sense in trying to decipher what the hell's going on because there's too many tickers that's got beautiful charts. You find one that has a beautiful monthly and weekly, more than likely the lower time frame is going to be easy to read. And you see right here on the lower time frames, price is moving smoothly and it's very easy to read. Right? Nice, smooth movements. All right, it bases here. If you looked on the 5 minute, it's going to be a nice, you'll see a nice uptrend and push up. Same here. Price reverses here. Well, guess what? Price pushes down. We get a small pullback and another push down. So that's confirmation that that trend has reversed. Right? And then price comes down, pulls back, comes down. Right? That 3 candle itself is a reversal. Now, if you want to be safe, there's a push up. There's your first pullback, next leg up. And that confirms it is a reversal. But you don't have to wait for the 30 to 60 to confirm it's a reversal. All you got to do is look at the 5 and the 15 to tell you. Right? So we step it down to get a better entry. That's all we're doing is we're just stepping down each time. But you know, if you're new, stick to the beautiful time frames, monthly, weekly, and stick to the 30 60s. Right? Because the price action is easy to read. It's not as volatile. It's not moving as much. Like if you came to 5 minute, you would not have no damn clue what's going on. You might. I'm not saying that everybody don't, but it's easier to start here. And then step to the 15.
Hey, Jerry, on that 60 minute on PM, you could almost treat that as an inside bar, sort of like a 3, 1, 2. You might get a measure move.
Absolutely. Yep. 100% right. Yeah. It's basically, even though it says a 2, that's basically inside bar. That's exactly right. Yeah. So it says 3. Yeah. That's just basically inside because it opened and closed inside. You know, not by much, but it did. And this is definitely a measured move bar here. So we can expect target to be at least the body. And a lot of times they'll hit measured move and they'll keep going. Yeah. Yes, sir. So sometimes you got to think more outside of individual numbers. Of course, when you first start, you can look at individual numbers, but it's more than that. DLZ. Here's another A+ chart here. You're in a longer consolidation, a bigger break. This thing consolidates for over a year and it finally breaks out. So we should see a nice big push on this thing. Right now, it's just to the moon. Look right here on the 30. Here's that pattern we're always talking about. Big push up, come back, retest, right? They try to go lower, it couldn't. Guess what? It's going up. It's going up. Novak's still puking here. Novak's dying. All right, first target hit on Novak's. Magnitude 76. All right, clear downtrend. See at 2-2, this thing's dying. It wants to come to here. All right, it's extended. It's extremely extended. This thing is just dying. All right, price comes up. You see it push down, pulls back, and then just dies. Another pullback, dies. Another pullback, dies. 2-1-2, continuation. All right. Then you can kind of see it inside that image. All right, and there's a 3 on the 4 hour. All right, that 3 tells you, hey, we try to take it higher. We tried to take it higher this morning and we couldn't, so they're taking it lower. Alright, so you gotta confirm, you gotta see who's in control, what participation groups are in control, and you see that by looking at each individual time frame. Right now, the sellers are in control, and you can tell because first of all, the red. Secondly, it's a downtrend. I mean, this thing's pushed up, big shooter. All right, so let's try to go higher, and it was like, nope, and they took it right back down. Pushed up, came all the way down. All right, it went inside, which is, that's a 2, but it's really inside, and then right back down. So there's a clear reversal. Target's here. So people ask about swinging and stuff. Here's your target. All right, here's your first target. And really, the higher time frame these patterns happen on, the easier the, I mean, it's just easy to read. And it'll get there with time. Lowe's trying to come back up, but it's still, Lowe's is in a range right now. You can't really trade it. Even though it's trying to come back up here. Now, on Lowe's here, remember it's a big push up this morning? Look here. Down, you see it go up. Because every time frame needs its own pullback, its own rest. And after I move that big, you can bet your butt it needs a rest. They're healthy. If this thing just shot straight up, I'd be scared. Because it is stairs up, escalator down. Remember that. Price takes a while to get up, but it comes down very quickly. Let's look at Etsy right quick on the 15. Shopping right now, it's inside. Let's take a look at it. It did break through support. Okay, you see it when it finally broke through. Big red candle. See it right here? A big red candle. Longer consolidation, a bigger the break. The consolidation on a 5 minute is just important as consolidation on a weekly. PLTR just learned. But right now it's consolidating. All right. It's inside. You can see it here. All right. We need it to break one side or the other. And as soon as it breaks here, you can take it short. It's just that simple. It breaks consolidation. The longer the consolidation, the bigger the break. It's been consolidating right here. All right. So even on the 5 minute, that's important. So it's fixing to be short when it crosses. Let me get it right here. When it crosses 156.80, it'll be short. So let's limit it. And look, right now it's 2-1 on the 30. All right. Big push down inside. Look right here. 3 inside down. 2 inside down. Do we think it's gonna go down? Yeah. Look at the monthly. It's in a reversal. 3 pulls back down. Weekly 2 inside down. Right now on the daily, chopping sideways, right? So if it breaks on the lower time frame, the target's 154. And you can see that by this pivot low. That's why these pivots are so important. All right, let's look at PLTR quick. PLTR, see right now it's chopping. This is all chop. All right, we want it to break that. All right, needs a break. It needs a break right here. Okay. It's in a range. This is a compound inside bar. All this right here. Because why? It's inside this. I'm not crazy that the fact that it's right smack in the middle of it. That's concerning. You gotta pay attention to everything. But you could take it short here. Now what I do like is this big old green candle. You know, so it does break here, targets here. Right? And why? Because big green and red candles are money. They are money. There's no resistance here. And the reason they work so well is, let me show you. Look at this. I'll show you why they work. Trying to find it. Here's a bunch of stuff stacked up. I can't find it on the 1 minute, but there's a bunch of stop stacks. There's a bunch of stop stacks there. That's why they work so well. So if this breaks 18, say 1840, it'll be short. Right now it's chopping sideways. We don't know. We don't know which way it's gonna pop out.
So basically, Jerry, on that 30-minute chart that you have right now, you take that big green bar all the way up to that pivot, say like a 1 bar, and then everything next to it is like a 1.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. 1 candle all the way up
Yeah.
to the pivot as 1 bar, and then the other one's just inside of that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, that's just one gigantic bar there. And all this stuff is inside. Yep, exactly right. Yeah. So
Yeah,
we can
it helps you.
trade it.
Yeah, it helps you see stuff better.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And I don't think they don't teach that on the strat.
No, they don't. That you're basically making compound bars, but yours is better. You see the bigger picture.
Yeah. Yeah, and I got a lot of heat for that on Twitter too. I'm like, because if I didn't draw it exactly right or something like that, I got a bunch of heat. And I'm like, you're missing the point. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like Rob says, those packages are, those statistical packages are fixed for those aggregation periods. So you're just making your own.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm making it. I mean, it's easier for me, to see the bigger picture. Because, with the way I do it, we can trade the inside. Because there's, on some of these tickers, there's plenty of range there. But yeah, that's all inside. So anything that's inside is chop. And the tighter the chop is, especially on the 5-minute chops, we can't trade that. It's too dangerous in there. But chop on on the 60, we can trade it. But this chop right here on the 5-minute, there's no way in hell you want to get in that. So 1880 to 1850, you can't do nothing with it.
Hey, when you did NVIDIA a minute ago, it hit exactly at that pivot and bounced right back and went right back down, like you said.
Oh yeah, sure did. Yeah. Let's see if it breaks through there, it's gonna be strong. But man, I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna break it. It's in that downtrend. Lowe's trying to come back up. Lowe's is strong. Lowe's has been strong. You look at the higher time frames on Lowe's, it's a beast. That three's, that's 370 is starting to doji out. So that's really just it's really just chop, Chop. The good thing is it started to break out here. Yeah, we played that. But when it broke that, it's a bull trap, and that just sucked it right back in. But there's support right here. There's support right here. All right, so right now it's stuck right in here. So we want to see it break this way or this way. All right. On the next retest of this pivot high here, we can see it as some follow through on it. Right now it's inside, and you can see it on this 3. Right. The body of it is inside. Right. Oh yeah, that support I just showed you is right here on this pivot. Look, see it? So it hit it and pushed up. Right now, we don't know if it's a reversal. We don't know.
Here, but doesn't fall apart. And now trying to take this back up for another reversal back up. So constantly watching these 60s. And I talk about that all the time.
There you go. There's Rob, the one and only. Rob. All right, so let's look at SPY right quick because it could be reversing back to the upside here. Now, look on the 60. Remember, every time frame it's its own pullback. So you see chop and stuff, you don't really know. 60 always tell the bigger story, but the 5 minute just gives you a fine print. Push it up, pulls back, we can see it. All right. On the 60, the 30 and 60, remember, if you're new, you could take this right now. So right now, SPY is long and your target's 412. All right, but look, it's inside this. All right. And that's why your target's 412. All right. But what could happen is it could just continue chopping sideways in here. I prefer to see it break 412 and take it long. Yeah. Tesla's trying to come back up. Let's look at Tesla on the 15. That's a sign of a reversal. We don't know yet because look, on the 60, big push down. All right, it's been puking. To me, it's probably a pullback to the downside. Especially when you look at the higher time frame, this thing's dying. I don't mean we can't trade it, you know, back up before it pukes and comes back down. This is a wide range here. Here's the range. All right, so more than likely, right now it's in a uptrend. All right, there's your pullback to the upside. Target's gonna be 586. All right, you can hit that and pull right back down. If it pushes through there, it'll come up to 606. It is very bearish though. I don't mean you can't trade it in between because we trade every day like that all the time. Yeah. Also, if you're new, the 2-2s with the hammers are best. The reversal signals 2-2 with a hammer, 2-2 with a shooter. So Novak's right here on the 15. 2 down, 2 up with a shooter. But look here. There's resistance right here at 125. So you want to see it break 125 before you decide to take it long. But then you look at the 60, big push down, hit test, and then come back up. So Novak's, we'll play this thing both ways as well. We'll take it down in the morning, up in the evening. It does not matter. So it's long, but you know, we need a pullback to get in it. The target's only, you know, $2 away, $1 away. So to me, it's not even worth, it's not worth the risk. Yeah, Tesla is. Yeah, we still gotta be careful. It is so bearish right now. Yeah, UNH did reject. Yes, sir. Yeah, it rejected. Nice, Darius. Good job, man. Yeah, I appreciate everybody here. Today's been kind of crazy. Usually we catch monster moves all day, but today is it's a choppy day. Yeah, we still found some good plays today for sure. But today's one of the days that you want to sit on your hands if you're new. Well, it's just trying to come back up, so there's no doubt about it. Again, there's your signal on the strap, 2-2 up, target being at 202 level here on the pivot high. So Lowe's is long. The target's only at 202.75 though. Right. It's probably gonna pull back here slightly before going higher. I'm gonna wait till it breaks 202.73. All right, and my target bid 206.24. Y'all think I'm fixing to call it? We got a lot of chop here. If something happens, be looking in the Discord in alerts, because I will post anything there. Just kind of chopping right now. There's no sense in trying to force something.
Thanks a lot, Jerry.
You're welcome. I'll tell you this, tomorrow's Lotto Friday. We need to catch some great big old huge moves in the first hour of the day. And we can get Google, Amazon, Shopify. We can get them big old movers, man, for really cheap. But the key is it's got to move quickly and it's got to move a lot to take full advantage of it. Yeah. And also pull your money often on too, because they can go against you very quickly, even with one contract. Keep an eye on Essie. Essie's choppy as hell. If you look at it, it's just wicked everywhere. But it looks like it wants to go down more. Yeah. Tesla still bullish. Nvidia still, bearish. Tesla still bearish. Nvidia bearish. Essie's bearish. Lows, if I had to guess, it'd probably come up close to target before pushing back down and chopping. All right, guys, I will talk to you later. I'm going to leave the room open so that y'all can talk to each other. SPGI is trying to push here again. SPGI looks good. Setting for a swing. Breaks that 380 level. You see 386 and then 389. Remember, after lunch, these things fail about 80% of the time. So just remember that. Alrighty, guys, I will talk to you in the morning.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're very welcome. And if anybody has questions, you can send it to DM or DM me on the Discord, and I'll try to answer them for you. And also, if you have any questions for tomorrow, write them down. I'll try to answer them. Sometimes it's hard to answer them in the first hour of the day just because there's so much happening. But I definitely will get to them. If you see a ticker that's moving during the day, you can just pop on the mic and tell me. We'll look at it, and it might help some other people too.
Thanks a lot. Have a great weekend. Great evening.
Hey, I do the same thing. I'll be at the store, I'll be like, y'all have a good night. It'll be like 9 o'clock in the morning. I do the same
Have a
shit.
good one, Jerry.
You too. I live about 10 miles outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yeah. Chicago? Yeah.
Dadgum Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, yeah.
No. That's Alabama. You're a
Yeah.
volunteer.
Yeah, volunteer, yeah. Yeah, we're real close to the Roll Tide State.
That's right. I'm over here in Arkansas. So
Arkansas, yeah. Yeah, I know I had to go to Memphis one time, and the damn Memphis is in Arkansas. Is that crazy? I'm in the wrong spot. I was in the wrong state. All right, guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good day. Florida, Iowa, Charlotte. Shoot, I'll come see you in Charlotte. All right. I'm off there for you. Hey, PLTR broke through support. Target 1706. Yeah, good out, Carol. Yeah, remember, big green bars, money. There's no resistance there.
If you saw that alert coming up on your screen, and I took it short.
Oh, good job, man. You want me to keep this chart up here? Or do you want me to throw this this chart here up? That way you can watch them all. These are some of the best ones I trade. That way, if you're just, I don't know if you can see them real good.
What are the time frames? Top, bottom, and middle?
Top 60, middle 30, bottom 15.
Okay.
But if I put this one up, you can't see alerts on this one.
Right.
If you want, I'll throw that other one back up. That way you can see the alerts come up. Let me do that.
I would say the other one probably.
Here we go. So keep on still checking out chopping. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, PLTR probably gonna get there. Got a long ways to go, but it might do it. Where do you QQ's heading next week or so? Let's take a look.
That's a Chicago.
Well, we got-
hopefully on
Oh,
PLTR.
Chicago?
On a PLTR.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so QQQ, we got a tweezer top here. It's basically a tweezer top. The 2 up, 2 down. Man, it wants. Oh man, it's hard to say. It's kind of wicking out right at the second on the bottom. Remember, the reversal back up is going to happen here first on this 4 hour. It's trying to rolling, but it's at doji right now. It's hard to say. It's a definite downtrend. We know that. If it comes back down, we might see 303. Say 294. It's hard, it's hard to say right now. QQQ and SPY, they're always tend to be strong. It's been in a lot of chop though in the last month or so. It did make a higher high on the weekly before coming back down. I mean, this thing might. Let me show you.
I mean, Rob's been talking about it for weeks. It's, markets at exhaustion risk.
Yeah, it's very extended. So, every time frame needs its own pullback. Lows are still working if you're in it. Target's not that far away. If we see that break of the compound inside, we'll see another big push up though. So there's a Browning formation on this thing. It could possibly, if it wants to, it'd definitely see 304. It might wick down just a hair before pushing back up. We see it here. If it starts to reverse, we're going to see on the 4 hour first. We want to see a push up, a pull back, the next leg down. If it decides to pull up, it needs to break through that 326 level. Otherwise, it'll just reject and come. We'll definitely see a 303. It's hard to say. It's got room to 290 though. And that's this candle here.
Well, it seemed slow, like today when the market ripped, they sold the strength. So it goes to show you they're not buying the rips, they're selling the strength.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point.
So it looks like it's probably going to go down. When you look at that weekly chart that you have there on Qs, one guy showed me a pattern one time. It sort of works. If you sort of see that cavity in the middle, it sort of looks like a Batman pattern, and some comes down to that other side.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say. If you have a clear uptrend pattern, and then you see it pull back, we saw that earlier on that Bob scan. It's clearly going to push to the TTO and keep going higher. On this thing, really, right now it's just chopping. And here's the chop right here. This is all inside, really.
It's
just
also
chop.
start of summer too. I mean, that's when volume starts to kind of dry up.
Yeah. Yeah, this is crap. See if we can find that. So doji on the quarter. And that tells the story right there. This is the year doji. So that chop sideways, there it is right there. There it is. And really to me, that's just inside. I mean, it's showing as a 2, but doji is basically inside because it's just chop, right? And we can't trade chop. We'll get killed in there. But, you know, if there's enough, again, there's enough range, you can trade it. And there's plenty enough range. If I was to guess it, I would say it's going to come down to 303. But more than likely, it won't happen and it'll probably push back up. It's just one of those tickers that just, I can't guess. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't see it coming all the way down, but that don't mean it won't. Here's what I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess tomorrow. Well, it's SPY rip today. Usually, if it's SPY pukes most of the week, a lot of times on Friday you'll get your correction in the weekend green. You just don't know. Right now, it's bearish. It's bearish. All right, I'm gonna get off here. I really am this time. Tesla's looking like a wick on the 15. They're still trying to push it down. Tesla's bearish. I'm telling you, but it's gonna go down more.
All right, buy again. But if you come back, we won't complain.
Rose is trying to slowly creep back up to 202 there.
Jerry heard alerts and he came running back.
I know I can't damn pull myself away from it. Let's look at Tesla right quick. Tesla's fixing to try to go back down again. If you look on the 15, see those wicks there? It tells a story. Look right here. On the 30, big move down. It pulls back. Guess what? Next rig down. All right. It's short right now to 586. I'd much rather see it break 567 or 568. If it breaks that, it'll go lower. It'll go lower.
Gary, look at CME. That's your chart. It's breaking out of the weekly pattern. That thing's really running. CME.
That thing's been popping up here lately a lot. Oh shit! Yeah, it's a good one there. It held support on the monthly. It's breaking out on that weekly pivot. See there? The longer the consolidation, the bigger the break. This thing's been consolidating for months, ripping it. God, it's kind of. It looks extended, but if you look at these wicks here, that's the pullbacks. Right? You can see it clearly in the 4 hour. Push up, pull all the way back to here, and then came back up, pull all the way back to that 3, and then went back inside and take back off. So some of these things look extended, but if you're getting pullbacks in the lower time frame, that kind of that helps the push. It helps the push. This is ripping. Now, to get in, you need to break that 218.90 level. And again, if it's closer to a psych number, I want to see it break the psych number. So 219.04, especially after lunch. All right. So look here. Here's that pattern we're talking about all the time. Push up, came back, retest, next leg up. That's $2, right? So we can expect another $2 from there. So well, let's say 217 by 219. Yeah, $2. So 221 is target. Yeah, 221 is target on there. Consolidating right now, it's chopping sideways here. So it needs to get outside. Looks good. Video. Yep, just trying. Right now it's just chopping. Let it break that low. Let it break the lows on any of these tickers right now, because if you don't, they're chopping. It's a safer entry to break the TTL. Look at Etsy. Major chopping. It's got support down there. All right, with that being said, it's a puker. Oh, 30-minute chart up there. We don't need that. There we go. See it? We're going through down to inside, you know, important where it's at in relation to the overall candle. Consolidating, see it? Consolidating for a while. The longer it consolidates, the bigger it breaks. So when this thing breaks 156.85, it's gonna puke. So right now we got stuff chopping. When it breaks the low is when you take it.
Last
Or-
5 or 6 days, we've been trading inside that mother barn, the daily on Etsy.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Yeah. If you go to the Discord channel, in the scan room up to the top, that script's in there. Yeah. Yeah. Essie's inside. That's just chop. But the range is, you know, it's $10, $15 wide, so we can definitely trade it. And all that is right here. So all that chop there is right inside that. Yeah. So next week, this thing can go 2 up and come right back up. If it does, I'm gonna love it because there's a big red bar there. Yeah. As we come back up through there, we take off.
Yeah,
Oh,
above
yeah.
171 looks nice into the gap.
Yes, it does. Yeah. And that'll fill quickly too. So those big red candles and the green candles, exactly like that. There's just no resistance there. Yeah. All right, I'm out.
Have a good one.
You too.
Hello? Hello?
Jerry's on a break.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for letting me know. Appreciate it. I wonder, thank you so much for letting me know. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he won't be back the rest of the day. He's normally only here until 11:30-ish.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem. Take care.